and they will get a couple more runs, 3 more runs, in fact, with the wide. So Kassar in some problems here at the moment. And when you're a javelin thrower, one of the things that you would do is to mark your run-up just as you do with cricket. Once you touch the line, in cricket you can cut the line, but not in the javelin throw. If you do that, it's considered a foul. So this is unusual to see, that she is in fact overstepping by such a long way.
And, this would actually be the first time that Kassar has opened the bowling or bowled in this tournament. She didn't take the ball or wasn't given the ball to bowl when Trinidad and Tobago won by 8 wickets versus Jamaica, or their 20-run victory against the Windies. So it is the first time she's going through these motions in a game situation.
Getting some words of advice there from Lafoucault. Here she is. That's better. But still just down the leg side. I thought that it may have touched the pad. It didn't. So another wide here from Kassar. And the free hit will have to be re-bowled. So umpire Tudor, nothing wrong with his calls at all. Kassar just hasn't found her line and length at the moment here. And as you mentioned, first time bowling in the competition. So she would definitely have some rustiness about her game. And she's so out of it at the moment. In fact, Katie Jazz Mitchell threw the ball to her, and it almost hit on the head. She was just hunched over. Just out of your picture there. She's not happy at all. And the full teapot has come out now, and that's Kassar very upset here. And this is where the captain has to come in and really have a word with her. Another wide. The free hit will have to be rebowled once again. And Kassar is not happy at all. Shades of the over by Solange Harford a couple rounds ago here at the UE Spec. And this is where the skipper has to come in and really talk to a bowler. 6 deliveries have had to be rebowled already. Just a 1 legal delivery. And it is the free hit continuing.
What is good, though, is that one of the senior players in Katie Jazz Mitchell is standing at mid-off. So she is getting some words of advice and probably some direction from one of the senior players in this Trinidad and Tobago under-19 women's setup.
Well, what she did do in that last over is that the run-up, she started to run in a bit slowly, trying to get, hopefully that would give her some more control here. So let's see if she can make it through this over. So it'd be a real blow for Trinidad and Tobago. If they can't, they lose her early here. Again, down the leg side, and that is the make that the 4th wide in a row here. So the no ball will have to be rebowled once again. So the free hit is still on, and we still haven't had the second ball of this over. It's just touching down maybe about a leg stump and going further away. That's the problem for her here. So she just has to adjust her line maybe about 8 or 9 inches to the left.
I'm wondering, we are fully aware of that cross breeze that comes across the Sir Frank Worrell field. It may be something that is also hambugging her.
That's better. I want, even though it's outside the off stump, it is tugged away for 1 run here. Anthony decides not to go to chance the arm against Lafoucault, so that's more off the line that she wants to bowl to. I think she's also quite cognizant that Anthony is very powerful outside the off stump. And so that's better. That's going to give her a bit of confidence here. 4 good deliveries now, and let's see if she will be back for a second over. And what's worrying is that at the top of her mark, every time she gets there, she looks like the weight of the world resting on her young shoulders. Better. That's much better. And that's been turned down a bit high that time. That ball to Leah Weeks. But you go back to that second delivery, and that's where it happened here. The second delivery, which was called, the second one to be called a no ball, that really should have been a dismissal, because that one looked pretty much in front against the batter you're seeing on your screen, Anthony. And maybe if that had gone away, we wouldn't have had the rash of deliveries after that. I wonder if there's something physically wrong here, because after every delivery, she's looking a little bit tired. Anthony back on strike. And, oh, she's fallen over now. And the ball has been called dead here. She's slipped. She's tumbled over. Is that an ankle problem? It is definitely the left ankle that has been turned over here. So Kanika Kassar in the wars here early. This one just going a bit wide. And luckily, well, not called a wide by the umpire. Let's see where this one went. Not far away. But when you're throwing the javelin, there's a range that you do have to, you are able to throw it into, and not the same angle in cricket though. The standards are more exacting.
Yeah, well, she does seem to be struggling, and I'm wondering if, as you mentioned, she looks to be not fully fit, or maybe the heat getting to her, or maybe it's just a matter of confidence in the situation. As you mentioned, that second no ball that was called in the over, the chance of a wicket would have gone with it, the possibility of having a leg before, and probably taken the wind out of her, the wind and air of confidence that she may have had coming into the over. But this is good to see Skipper Samaru actually beside her, having a word with her, and also having a word with the umpire. Of course, we'll find out in a moment.
Well, is she going to come off? That's the situation here. Maybe we have seen a few players come off in this game for various injuries in previous games. Because of the heat here, that's been one of the problems. What they're asking for here. The umpire is signaling for something from the dugout. It is the physio that's going to come on here at the moment. I don't think, let's see if Kassar will continue here. Samaru has called a mid-pitch conference for her team. And Kassar is there with Katie Jazz Mitchell, arm over her shoulder. And the physio is just going to do an examination here. She might be having some problems with the heat.
I was, as you mentioned, the heat. I had a discussion with Nadja Duwarka, the team manager, and she was mentioning that was one of the challenges for some of the girls in terms of the heat and playing the extended version of 30 overs as opposed to 20 overs, and being out there in the heat at the various venues. It has posed a bit of a challenge for a few of the players, but they have taken all precautions and ensured that the girls, especially back at the hotel, would have had all the required hydration and so on.
Something definitely has gone wrong here. Kanika Kassar didn't look right from the first ball that she bowled, and I think she is going to go off. That is the sensible move here, because after that last delivery, she just fell over. And it wasn't an ankle issue, it was just that her body just couldn't hold her up. But at least she's walking off on her own accord, which is good. And the physio will deal with the situation off. Now, that will leave Trinidad and Tobago without one over, or without one bowler. And also it's meant that with two illegal deliveries bowled in this over, they've also conceded 16 runs. That's the other thing that has happened. May not have a big effect on the outcome of the game, but that's what's happened here. And sad end here for Kanika Kassar for the moment. Hopefully we will see her back later on in the game and also in the tournament, Jared.
Yeah, we wish for the best. It's never a nice sign to see a player start a match and have to go off this early in particular. But she does, as you see her here walking towards the dressing room, she does look to be in a whole heap of bother, and she does look a lot very much disappointed as well.
Yeah, and she's covering her head here with the t-shirt. Usually that is a sign and of perhaps embarrassment in some way. I think she's also felt she's let her team down here, but she shouldn't feel that way. Injuries do happen, And that's part of the game. You have to deal with that. There's the manager to the left, Andrew Dorica. So the assistants for the team, and maybe just a good night's rest might deal with the worries here of Kanika Kassar. Well, there is going to be a new bowler to take over the rest of the over here, and just the 4 balls to be bowled. So Trinidad and Tobago, an enforced change for them here, and a potential turning point early in the piece here for Trinidad and Tobago. And it is going to be the number 21 for TNT. That's Danella Matthew, the South Young Warriors player, 18 years old, and she's going to be into bowl. So here's Matthew.
That's just a warm-up. But it's going to be interesting to see what effect Kassar coming off is going to have with the bowling lineup for Trinidad and Tobago. In their previous games, as I mentioned, Kassar didn't take the ball, so they still managed to use 6 bowlers in each of their previous 2 games. So Trinidad and Tobago do have quite a number of bowlers that they can call on. Shalini Samaru herself, the captain, would have opened the bowling in the previous games with Katie Jazz Mitchell. So we're going to wait to see who are the bowlers called upon today to do the business.
So Matthew, right arm medium pace, a gentle medium pace all the same. She pulls out of the delivery now. Doesn't quite have the pace of Kassar. And Kassar, with that slingy action of hers, she does tend to get a bit of swing also. But she's off out of the picture at the moment with that injury. Oh, Anthony, a thick edge down to third man. Oh, that's beaten Lafoucauld. Always, and there's an appeal for a run out at the other end. Umpire says not out. Yeah, so all sorts of action in this over, which has already yielded 17 runs, first 3 legal deliveries. Yeah, and it's a little bit unfair here on Danella Matthew, who wasn't expecting to be bowling at this point. Suddenly had to go through a warm-ups in accelerated fashion, and so you will expect 1 or 2 deliveries offline and off length at the moment from her. She hasn't quite settled mentally yet into her work.
Of course, she didn't play either of the first 2 games as well, so it is definitely a bit of pressure on her. Even in that first delivery, just straying a bit too wide on that occasion.
Yeah, that's one down the leg side. Now, that's not called a wide. That's because the player was actually going across the line of the delivery, so that saved that from going for a wide. I think that was a generous call, though. I really do think that was a fairly lenient look at it.
We've seen umpires call those, the minute it's down the leg side, missing leg stump, they tend to call it wide.
And yeah, you would expect this to happen here. Matthews is pulled out of the deliveries, and that is because she hasn't quite gotten her mind into the work just yet. Oh, just away from her left hand. And that's a powerfully struck shot there by the batter Weeks. Well played, actually. Hit that very powerfully for 2. So 20 without loss, and a 1.5 overs gone. And that is the end of the over. So just the 2 bowlers being asked to bowl this one. And at the end of the over, it's 20 without loss at the Leeward Islands.
"20 without loss after 2. 7 runs off the batter, 13 runs in extras so far. So much like many of the other games, extras are contributing the lion's share of the score. And going to see if Trinidad and Tobago, as they go through their 30 overs in the field, as we see here, some sights of Trinidad and Tobago. Probably one of those helicopters leaving the medical helipad from Couva.
Samara Ramnath is going to take over. She hasn't been helicoptered in, so to speak. She was already here. Maybe that might be one of the other players coming in. Ramnath. Yes, she's in now. That's a good delivery to start off. And promising young spinner here in Trinidad and Tobago. A lot is expected of her at this level.
And she herself considers her bowling her strength, although she can bat. When she bats, she thinks that she can do a lot better running between the wickets, but her strength really is her bowling. 5-wicket haul versus Jamaica in the Super 50 tournament earlier in the year, representing TNT senior women's team.
And only 15 years of age, one of the many players from the Achievers Cricket Club on this team. Achievers have the lion's share of players on this Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team. Did make her debut at that tournament, as you were referring to, the Super 50 tournament. Another good delivery. She's on the line immediately, and after the mayhem of the last over, exactly what TNT needed. Play of the series in the Tri-Nation series between TNT, Windward Islands, and Barbados in April earlier this year. So, real talent for Trinidad and West Indies cricket. Oh, that's good. Is that close enough? It's not, in the opinion of the umpire. And her repertoire would certainly have been improved by the presence of Anisa Mohammed in the coaching setup.
Definitely would be.
Well, that's popped up and not finding its way back to the bowler. Almost getting the wicket of Weeks there. And Samara Ramnath almost doing the trick in the first over.
Yeah, but she's on the money. On that handkerchief that you place on a good length as a spinner, she's on the money immediately into her work. 4 dot balls already.
That's striking Anthony on the pad. She went up for the appeal, but then realized that it was going down the leg side. So it's not going to count. But that's a very, very quick over and a very good over there to start off from Samara Ramnath. At the end of it, it's also a maiden over. So that is excellent stuff there from the TNT off spinner.
And definitely what was needed after the going-ons of the second over. Definitely a good over here, just to bring some calm back to proceedings.
Well, Katie Jazz Mitchell has been moved over to the northern side of the ground. She will now replace Kanika Kassar, who bowled 2 legal deliveries and conceded some 19 runs in the over, mainly through extras. She was replaced by Matthews, who is now back out in the outfield. So Katie Jazz Mitchell, not sure if she wanted also the change. She is in now to bowl. It's not a situation that hasn't happened before. Back in the 2005 men's tour of Sri Lanka, there was a situation where Mervyn Dillon got ill while bowling an over. Colin Stewart, the Guyana fast bowler, came in, and because he wasn't prepared, he bowled 2 waist-high, above waist-high full tosses, and he was pulled off from the attack. Chris Gale eventually had to finish the over, so there was a situation in that tour where 3 bowlers bowled 1 over. Luckily, that did not happen here, but we do hope that the youngster Kassar will be able to continue. And you can see that the heat is taking an effect in some of these players here. Katie Jazz Mitchell with generous locks there. I'm sure that does add a little bit of weight as you're running in.
Yeah, it does add weight and traps a lot of heat on your head.
Yeah, it certainly does. Looks good, though. She wears it well.
And I'm wondering if there is something on the northern end, because one of the earlier games we did video in the week, there were a couple of bowlers who missed their run-up from this end. And I'm wondering if the rain and any wet spots or going with the wind coming across your back, a number of conditions could be contributing to this.
Good delivery.
A loud appeal from behind the stumps, but Anaya Roberts was on her own there. The only one who appealed on that occasion. Anaya Roberts, of course, as we mentioned earlier, taking the gloves today because regular wicketkeeper Shonel Sau, a bit under the weather in terms of having a bit of a stiff neck, so unable to take the gloves today.
Yeah, and Sal standing right next to her, and it's in that crouch position that the keepers have to get into. That's where it's going to put the pressure on the neck. Sal with a slightly different hairstyle now. She's tied it up there. And you mentioned the different conditions at the northern end. Get back to that in a moment. If anything, the slope is a little bit more pronounced at the northern end. That's one of the problems there. There's also been some problems with the water. Now, just behind the umpire, you're seeing that darker surface, just right there, that line there. Now, all of that, there's a lot of sawdust on there at the moment. And that's because there was some seepage overnight. Despite that, Katie Jazz Mitchell has bowled 2 good deliveries here.
Yeah, she's found her spot though, and probably a bit of the experience coming into play here. Not running through as fast, and there's that wet spot just to the eastern side, the northeast side of the square. But finding her spot is Katie Jazz Mitchell.
Another good delivery. She's tied up Weeks here. The ground staff have done their job. They've had the sawdust in. They have the leaf blower out. Well, before they put the sawdust, of course. They had the leaf blower out trying to dry the area, then put the sawdust in. So they have done their level best to ensure that play, and the umpires are satisfied that play can continue. Good delivery. Oh, she looked around inquiringly, but there was no edge. But that is a pretty good over, and 2 maiden overs back-to-back here after that adventurous second over after 4. The Leeward Islands are 20 without loss.
Yeah, so a good comeback here from Trinidad and Tobago under-19 women after the ups and downs of a event-filled second over. But from a Leeward Islands perspective, it is important that Anthony and Weeks are still there. They would have contributed at different points in their first 2 games. Anthony only 5 in their first game.
Ramnath, that one sliding down the leg side. Very, very close here. And Anthony is having some problems here with the spinner. Don't think she's picking it at all, because that ball is coming back into her. She's playing down the wrong line. She missed that by a long way.
And even the first over that she faced against Katie Jazz Mitchell, she seemed to be a lot more comfortable with pace on the ball. And she is a power hitter by any evidence of the shots she's played so far.
And another one not far away from the off stump. Yeah, she's at sea here against the spinners. And that was a bit surprised they didn't open with the spin against her, because that's one of the ways that they were able to counteract this powerful hitter from the Leeward Islands team. Playing across the line and gone! LBW, it was always going to happen. She tried a different approach this time, but not the right one, and Ramnath has struck the first blow. The first of the wickets to fall here. Anthony, LBW to Ramnath for 6.
So she's bowled 8 balls, has Samara Ramnath, and no run scored off of her. But she has picked up a wicket, and the anchor of the Leeward Islands batting lineup, Kimberly Anthony, the young Antiguan, has to walk back to the pavilion after a good score of 21. She now has to go back to the pavilion and playing all across the line. And this was something I noticed to be the deliveries before. She was not moving her feet, getting to the pitch of the delivery, and this time planted on the crease, playing across the line. And once she missed and hit, the ball struck her pad. She was always going to be adjudged LBW. So Leeward Islands lose their first wicket with their score on 21. So 21 for 1 after 4.3 overs are the Leeward Islands.
Huge amount of uncertainty in the way that she approached playing the spinners there. And that certainly was exploited by the young Ramnath, who's only 15 years of age. And her brother, Rajiv, plays for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team. He's in St. Vincent at the same time. So Oh, that one crept through also. And that one didn't know too much about that there, Lakshmi Cyril. And she is interested in the second. She has been sent back, and correctly so.
19-year-old Lakshmi Cyril giving the impression of pushing forward to Samara Ramnath, but beaten in flight, beaten by the turn. And luckily not going on to hit her stumps, but importantly for Leeward Islands, one more run added to the total.
Cyril now at the non-strikers end, born in Guyana and lives in St. Kitts now. Another one that strikes the pad. Is this one going to be close enough? It's not. Thankfully there for weeks.
Probably a bit too high on this occasion. We wait to see on the replay, but my estimation, yeah, just a bit too high. Hitting above the knee roll there, but Samara Ramnath again. And you can see why she is the pick of the bowlers in the Trinidad and Tobago unit.
Yeah, not a huge amount of footwork. Certainly there was a little bit better there in terms of Weeks trying to get forward, but the damage has been done. 2 runs and a wicket in the over. The Leeward Islands under 19s are 22 for 1 after 5 overs.
One of the things that Samara Ramnath did well coming down to the end of the over was changing her pace a lot more, bowling a lot quicker to the batters, and it paid dividends for her.
And you can see why that at age 15 she has been picked up by the Trinbago Knight Riders women for the upcoming CPL competition. A lot is thought about this youngster, and I'm sure their parents, the Ramnath family, they would be so pleased to see both of their children in the under-19 setup. And I guess that young Samara has something to lord over her brother. I've made a professional grade already.
And
where are you?
Rishi Ramnath, who's her brother, she has said openly that Rishi, her elder brother, is actually her inspiration for playing cricket. So definitely, speaking of family, it runs in the blood. She started playing cricket at the tender age of 6 years old, actually, behind Rishi.
Wide this time from Mitchell.
Yeah, she started.
Certainly not the same pace that we saw from the other end. I think she's a bit more conservative in her run-up from this end.
And just mentioning that Samara Ramnath would have started playing cricket at the age of 6 with her brothers. That's a good delivery from Katie Jazz Mitchell, just outside that off stump. And Lakshmi Cyril just pressing forward but not making any contact. And she definitely did slow down her run-up when she was switched from the southern end to this northern or gymnasium end. And possibly because of the slope, as you mentioned, Vidya, just having to adjust the run-up slightly.
On drive by Cyril, a little uppishly, but they're not getting far forward here. The surface has not produced just the 150 we've had here at the UE Spec ground, and that was for Nijani Cumberbatch, the outstanding Barbadian player who won player of the match despite the team losing their second game in a row. That's fuller delivery. Slower Yorker there from Katie Jazz Mitchell, and Cyril not fooled by that. Several players of Guyana parentage in the, well, it's a function of the diaspora, the Guyana diaspora. Certainly Lakshmi Cyril, one of those. And certainly it has a lot of Guyanese nationals settling in the St. Kitts and Nevis area, and they certainly have brought their cricketing abilities with them. Met a few of the coaches who were originally from Guyana working in the Leeward Islands. Straight to backward point and no run. Mitchell holding her head. She almost thought she got through there. She's gone very full here to Lakshmi Cyril. Correction. Lakshmi is very much a last name here in Trinidad at times. She's getting forward. She's good in defense. The problem is she hasn't is that on the attacking shots, that's where her game has to develop. After the 6 overs, it is 23 for 1. Just 1 run in the over.
Yeah, just good steady bowling though from Katie Jazz Mitchell. Just the wide, as you mentioned, Vidya, just that 1 run in the over. And you can see there, Katie Jazz and Samara Ramnath are really economical with their bowling. No run scored off of Samara Ramnath just yet. And just the 2 runs from Katie Jazz Mitchell.
In fact, just 7 runs off the bat so far.
Speaking of Samara Ramnath, she's going to continue from that southern end.
Weeks playing all around that one. Again, she's not reading the line of the delivery. She's trying to be aggressive here. Where she's looking at that gap between extra cover and cover. And that's a very tempting gap. Well, they're trying to invite that expansive drive outside the off stump. That's why they have the slip in place also. That's better from Weeks. They have to weather the storm here. Ramnath is not an easy bowler to pick off.
It's going to be interesting to see how many more overs Ramnath bowls on the trot. It is possible that she may bowl her 6 overs on the trot, knowing the depth of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women bowling attack. That one again on the money.
Ramnath, like so many of these players from the Trinidad and Tobago team, from the club, the Achievers Club. That was a good delivery. She and Janalba Joseph, Jessica Roscoe, Katie Jazz Mitchell, Anaya Roberts, Kira Manpaul, Chanel Sao, all of these players are from that Achievers Club, which is based in Presal. Well, taken down the leg side, but it is a wide. Does tell you that they're doing things right there, the Achievers, to produce the bulk of the players on this under-19 team. Of course, Shalini Samaru is playing. She plays here at UE, part of the UE women's team.
Yeah, the UE women's team also managed and coached as well by Nadra Duarka Batiste, the manager of the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women's team. There's a young Samaru standing in the covers.
That one not far away from an LBW decision. Ramnath was holding her head in her hands. End of the over, another tight over here, just a 1 run in it, and that was the wide. So the Leeward Islands still rooted to 7 runs off the bat so far, and it is a tense battle for them, but they're holding on at the moment. 24 for 1 at the end of 7. And a few interested parties here from sure parents here to see their kids, and you can tell by the red, white and black that they are here to support the Trinidad and Tobago team. Some more supporters. Sure, they will be pleased with the situation, and that gentleman, very patriotic, has his Trinidad and Tobago gear with him.
As Katie Jazz Mitchell continues from the gymnasium on northern end, and she's continued in the same vein as she was earlier, just probing outside that off stump line. And as a seam bowler, that's where you want to be. Hit the top of off, they tell you.
Well, as you say it, down the leg side and wide, well taken there by Roberts. So every over they are getting a couple of runs from extras. Problem, these two have not been able to really put away anything. Weeks scored that single while her opening partner Anthony was there, so we haven't had a run scored off the bat in quite a while here. Now the dot ball. And in fact, the second over, I think that was the last time we've had a run off the bat.
Yeah, the second over would have been no ball, 2 runs, and then all the extras, no balls and wides, and then 1 off the bat again.
Full on the pad. Shot for LBW. What's that heading down the leg side? Maybe think it was a bit high. That's what's indicated by umpire Troy Tudor out of Barbados.
Let's see it here on the replay. Well, I think you were right the first time. I think it's going down leg. And yeah, it seemed to be just going down the leg side on that occasion. Height wasn't the
problem.
Full toss on that occasion, hitting on the shin.
Still, there won't be a run off the bat here. And you can see that Mitchell not bowling at full pace, and that's because of that area. I think she's very cautious when she's coming up to that area just behind the umpire. Noticeably, she's shortening stride there, as if trying not to get her feet touching down on that wet surface. Does have the spikes, as you can see. Not a full toss. That's what's contributing to these full tosses. She's having to shorten her stride and then lengthen the stride once again after. That's interfering with her just as she gets into the gather.
Yeah, it is a lot more challenging bowling from this northern end.
Ball gone straight through, and finally the benefits of bowling straight here, and Lakshmi Cyril has gone without scoring, and Katie Jazz Mitchell finally getting one through her defense, and the Leeward Islands 25 for 2.
Yeah, Katie Jazz Mitchell not straying much during the over, just that one wide, but on occasion right on a spot, just full enough and straight enough, getting through the defenses of young Cyril on that occasion. And you miss, I'm going to hit. And Leeward Islands now find themselves in a spot of bother.
So a second wicket going down within the space of 4 runs here. So Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that the floodgates are now well and truly open here and they can run through this Leeward Islands team. However, the Leeward Islands, big challenge for them here to get some runs. And new batter coming in to join Weeks, who's been out there from the start. But good delivery by Katie Jazz Mitchell. Her 4th over now in the books. 1 for 3 her figures so far. And getting the wicket, and here it is off the last ball.
Yeah, there you see, going a lot fuller on this occasion, but attacking the stumps was Katie Jazz Mitchell. And as they say, bowl as straight as possible, and if you miss, I'm going to hit. So, bowling change at the southern end is going to be the skipper herself, Shalini Brittany Samaru, is going to take up the attack from that pavilion end.
So there is Shalini Samaru, the captain last year, led Trinidad and Tobago all the way up victories onto the last game. She's with the ball in hand now. Good start from her.
Yeah, starts with a well-flighted delivery. A little too full, but good flight nonetheless. And not giving any room whatsoever to the batter to free their arms.
Flicked up into the air, but not close enough to the fielder. That one certainly holding up in the surface and just not able to put it away there, Aaliyah Weeks. Now take a careful look at what you're seeing here from the new bowler, Shalini Samaru. Just about her second stride, you'll see there'll be a small jump. Who does that remind you of? There it is. That's struck her, caught down the leg side. And that's something that she's brought into her game after coming under the influence of one Anisa Mohammed.
Well, you asked the question, and I was about to ask you if I had to answer immediately because everything about her is so reminiscent of her assistant coach, Anisa Mohammed, bowling with the cap on, the run-up, the hop and the skip into the wicket.
And Anisa, certainly that was not part of her game last year. That has been something that she's worked in after seeing Anisa Mohammed and working with her. So that little hop there, it does give you a bit more elevation. There it is with the pulling the left knee up. And Anisa herself, that evolved as part of her routine. She bowled very flat because of her height also. She tended to bowl very flat. And once she got that little step in, that little elevation, that helped her deliver from a higher position. That's off the pad and almost going through. And stifled the peel. End of a very good over here from Shalini Samaru. Not far away from our third wicket here. End of the over, 25 for 2. Just a 1 run in the over. There's Marissa Aguilera, very much involved in the tournament in the green outfit, the former West Indies captain and the Trinidad and Tobago captain. And still missing the game. She was telling us she still does get the feeling to go out there and play sometimes. It's a lot harder than it looks now when you're after retiring and coming back in. Now, this should be the return here of Matthew. Or is this, let's see.
So the Shalini Samaru over would be the end of the 9th over, and that brings us to the end of the power play in this 30-over affair. As you see, take a look here quickly of the Leeward Islands batting lineup, and from the northern end is going to be Manpole taking up Kira Manpole taking up the attack, and spin from both ends now. Of course, Manpole would have bowled in both the games that Trinidad and Tobago played already. Of course, they have had one rained out game.
Full toss in the gap. Chase on here for Lapukard. They will get one chance here for the run out at the bowler's end. And Manpole did not collect the ball. She does have a problem with her left hand. Does have some strapping there. That may have prevented her from collecting it properly. But chance there to run out. Finally some runs off the bat for Chazara Claxton. Again down the leg side. So the extras count continuing to mount here. 28 for 2.
Chazara Claxton, also the skipper of this Leeward Islands team.
Yeah, she has a big task on her hands here because her team, she knows that it's not a very long batting order they have. Oh, that's a good delivery by Manpole. Certainly not the pace of Mitchell and or Kassar from what we've seen so far, but sliding that one under the bat.
Yeah, good line and good length from Manpole. But definitely the Leeward Islands batting does depend heavily on Kimberly Anthony and Chazara Claxton.
Good delivery, and stifled appeal, but the umpire says nothing. Leeward Islands are the last of the territories to join the domestic structure in women's cricket. That happened back in 2016. And that one going down, starting down the leg side. They haven't put a ton of players on the West Indies team. The only one so far, Shonisha Hector from Antigua. Another wide down the leg side. So many of these players would be trying to get their names up there to get on that West Indies team. So two teams up against each other at very much different ends of the spectrum in terms of development for women's cricket.
Different ends of the spectrum in age as well. Leeward Islands is actually the youngest of the teams in the tournament, an average age of 16 and a half.
Another full toss, this time straight to Mitchell. Trinidad and Tobago women's cricket very well represented all the way back in 1973. The Trinidad and Tobago team playing in the Women's World Cup along with Jamaica. In fact, they beat Jamaica in that World Cup along with young England. Inside edge, and that should be another run off the bat here. And that will be for Claxton, the left-hander, who's in.
One of the few left-handers in the women's game. Not many left-handed batters in the women's game, even worldwide. But a nice-looking shot from Chazara Claxton, though. Just getting into her stride here, bringing the front foot forward and playing through the line. Managing to punch it down to long on.
Bit of a change in the field. The mid-off has come a little bit straighter here for the batting of Weeks. Drives the ball very well. And it's gone straight to that player, Ramnath. Well, that's why she's there, for that kind of shot.
And there's the evidence of, as you mentioned, as we come to the end of the 10th over, 30 for 2 of the Leeward Islands. And evidence of driving the ball well. Young Aliyah Weeks. Aliyah Weeks, who is just 14 years old. So she has quite a long way to go in her career. Coming off scores of 14 and 0. And she's not out on 1 from 29 deliveries. But she has her captain there with her. As we take a look at some of the overcast conditions just to the northeast of the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground here at the Sports and Physical Education Center at the UWI St. Augustine campus.
Those puffy white cumulus clouds are to the south of the ground, and certainly lovely sight here at UWI Spec. Nicely driven there. Change in angle here for Shalini Samaru, the off spinner. Talked about the influence of Anisa Mohammed on her. That little skip there. Anisa felt that she bowled too flat at the start of her career. And after introducing that little bit of a skip in her run-up, that transformed her bowling because she was able to bowl. The release points were maybe about half a foot higher, so she was able to get more bounce and more zip into deliveries.
Which is a bit different from West Indies captain Hayley Matthews, who is already tall, so she already has that trajectory, but she also has a bit of a hop coming into her bowling stride.
Nicely played off the back foot by Claxton, just getting one, and they're going back for the second. This could be risky. If that hits the stumps, well, it didn't hit the stumps, and Samaru was pushed back by the throw and was unable to take the bails off there. So Claxton, as soon as she's come on here, there's been a flurry of runs. That's Anisa Mohammed and Kanika Kassar. And I think Kassar is heading off to get some treatment here after that over earlier where she was visibly breathing heavily. Now she looks a little bit more relaxed now. Well, that was edged and in between keeper and a slip and away for a single. So Kassar's Claxton correction is looking to play her shots here. So there will be chances like that coming.
Yeah, from a batting perspective, the Leeward Islands will be looking to their skipper, Jazar Claxton, to actually put on a bit of a score here. As we take a look, and it seemed to just come off that edge and go in between the wicket keeper and the regular wicketkeeper who's standing at first slip, who has now moved into backward square position.
Yeah, Sao has gone even further now. In fact, they sent Sao has stayed in the circle, and Ramnath has gone to the forward square leg position, on the deep forward square leg position. So here is Samaru. Weeks hasn't shown the propensity to play those cross-batted shots just yet. Tends to play a lot in the V. That one played out extra cover here. And Samaru, I think that taking in the advice there of Anisa Mohammed, working that into her game. She's also, they're about similar height, so that would help her to put a bit more zip in the deliveries. Nicely played. Yeah, that's how Weeks plays. Once you have a lot of fielders in that area, you're able to strangle her. Now, if you look at what she's done so far, just a one run of 31 deliveries. 11 overs gone here. And it's 33 for 2, the Leeward Islands. So they're the top scorers so far. Anthony's out for 6, Claxton 6 not out, and Weeks just a one run so far. The other batter to be dismissed, Lakshmi Cyril, bowled by Mitchell without scoring. Are you a bit surprised that perhaps that we didn't see another over from Samara Ramnath?
Yeah, I thought maybe because of the depth in their bowling that Trinidad and Tobago may have wanted to bowl Samara Ramnath even an extra, just one extra over. But they've chosen to make the switch.
Manpole back on the attack. Nicely driven there by Claxton. But straight to Lafoucauld, who is out there. Another one of the hard-hitting players on this Trinidad and Tobago team. Didn't quite get chances last year, Lafoucauld, but has made the best of them this year as a senior on the team. Into the gap. That's good from Claxton. And she's been a breath of fresh air so far in this game. She's really turning over the strike quickly. And with her, the fact that she's gotten 7 off 11, we might see Weeks maybe get a bit more adventurous. And she might spark some fire here.
Yeah. And Jazar Claxton actually batted at number 4 in their first game and then batted at number 3 in their last game. And she does want to do something with the bat, coming off of scores and naught in those 2 games that they would have played already.
Well played again down the leg side. First shot she's played in that fashion. So it is having the desired effect on her that her captain has come and is scoring freely here. So could this be a partnership that the Leeward Islands are building here? Could this be the start of something for them? They can produce a score to challenge the league leaders at the moment. Yeah, definitely. She's a bit more adventurous now. That's a wide.
Yeah, I
on
think
the leg side from Manpole.
I think the captain has given her that confidence. So a bit of a chat mid overs, in between the overs, and definitely having a captain out there like Zara Claxton, it's going to give you some confidence to know that you can be free and play your game.
Hit uppishly, straight to the captain of the TNT team, Samaru, and there is no run. And if anything, you're looking at Manpole here, slow medium pace. If anything, you can in the future she can improve, maybe a bit more pace in the run up would give her that little extra edge. And that one struck out, but the lack of pace is bothering Weeks here at all because she doesn't have much to work with to get that ball into the gaps.
Yeah, and similar to Kimberly Anthony, who earlier would have been a lot more comfortable and found her timing a lot easier against a greater pace in Katie Jazz Mitchell. The same here for young Weeks.
Turned away. We'll get at least a couple. Well, we'll just get one. The fielder coming in to your picture made the stop. So Trinidad and Tobago at the top of the table as the over comes to an end here. 36 for 2 at the end of 12. Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago on top of the table with their 10 points after beating the Windward Islands, the previous leaders. First defeat for the Windward Islands in the competition. Guyana winning 2 in a row, so they are up to 8 points. They're in second place. So those are the 2 teams that look to be going to the final at the moment. Leeward Islands can play the spoilers here if they can get something out of this game. As for the other games today, we are in the 4th round. We're heading up towards the business end of the tournament, as they like to say. Jamaica playing Guyana at Gilbert Park, and Barbados taking on the Windwards at National Cricket Centre. Windwards need to win that game to keep alive their chances of getting into that final 2. Guyana and Jamaica also. So those are 2 battles there. There's the manager of the team, Natra Dwarika Batiste. And she was dealing with the situation with Kanika Kassar, who I believe is now on her way to the hospital to get treatment for what appears to be, I think, at least we think, a breathing issue. Bowling change here.
As Jessica Orozco's taken up the attacker from the southern end.
Starting off well. Nice delivery to begin. And a generous amount of flight here from Orozco to start off. And we saw how the flight contributed to the demise of the Barbados team in their 2 matches here. And a lot of these youngsters don't really use their feet to get forward to take advantage of the extra time afforded by the flight. Down the leg side, very, very close. The umpire Carolyn Brown had a close look at that one. But Weeks does move in slightly towards trying to get closer to delivery. That's why that one maybe just shading outside the leg stump. Pulled away. Oh, that's not good. Ramnath did not get behind that, and that's given away an extra run here. Extra couple of runs. So that's a couple. There, Weeks finally getting something going. She's up to 4 of 39 deliveries.
And as we saw in a couple of the other games that we did here, the longer you stay at the wicket, the easier the batting becomes. And Aliyah Weeks starting to find her footing and find her stride here. And it seemingly looks as though batting is becoming a bit easier.
Good delivery again. She does have good control over the flight. And as we've seen throughout this tournament, there's always a little something for the bowlers at the start here at the UWI Spec grounds. But after it comes down, the rains come down, after the sunshine, it evaporates literally. This one hitting the pads. You saw the ambulance making its way out of the compound. So hopefully that is, I think they are getting some treatment there for Kanika Kassar. But she was walking around on her own, so I think this is precautionary more than anything else. 13 overs gone, 38 for 2. Manager of the team, Trinidad and Tobago team, very busy this morning. Dealing with the situation with one of her young charges, Kanika Kassar, the opening bowler for Trinidad and Tobago. The back with Kira Manpal, and Manpal and Samaru bowled well in tandem. Now Manpal has with Orozco at the other end. Players have nicknames, so you do hear the players call them. They just call them Manpal. Down the leg side this time. But for Trinidad and Tobago, they would have been looking upon this game as a chance there for them to knock over the Leeward Islands early and perhaps boost their net run rate to improve their chances of getting into that final 2. That hasn't materialized because the Leeward Islands, especially with these two, Leah Weeks, 4 of 41, and Jazara Claxton are holding up here, frustrating the TNT team.
It is good going by Claxton and Weeks, though, to just steady the ship a bit.
And Claxton tied down here by some accurate bowling by Manpal. And with her pace also, with the crosswind here in St. Augustine, that ball is going to just slant across the left-hander, give the opportunity to get an edge through to the keeper. In the air, Lafoucault is there. That's a good stop. That would have gotten past her and given away an extra run. But not using the hands, getting her frame behind it, and that's a good bit of work there by Lafoucault, putting her body on the line for the team.
As you mentioned, the cross breeze today is a lot breezier than on previous days on Tuesday and Thursday earlier in the week when we were here, Tuesday, Thursday and Sunday. So it is a lot breezier today.
And now one keeping low. Well, we saw quite a few deliveries keep low at the northern end in the last game. This one keeping low. The lack of pace here more than anything from Manpal. She has been fairly accurate in her spell so far. That's one of the virtues of her bowling. And she has kept the Weeks and Claxton playing and defending all the way through this over. After 14 overs, the Leeward Islands under-19 team are 39 for 2, just a 1 run in the over. And there's the Royal Poinciana in all its glory here at the northern side of the ground. And a tree that is at so many venues all across Trinidad and Tobago. There were a couple at the Queen's Park Oval before the redevelopment for the World Cup. Also at the Police barracks grounds, where our cameraman, Mr. Pierce, spends a lot of his time. They also have a magnificent one at the northern end. It's a Frank Worrell Field, named after the famous former West Indies player, one of the three W's. Sir Frank Worrell played for the West Indies 1948 to 1963, made his debut right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Missed out on 100 in his first innings also. That's a wide from Orozco to start off here. All sorts of shouting and screaming from the Trinidad and Tobago players. They're still keen to get the wickets here. It is a bit of a stalemate at the moment because the bowlers are bowling well, and Claxton has got into a shell. Weeks has batted very solidly, but she's not the adventurous type out there at the moment. So they're just cancelling each other out at the moment. Nothing much is happening. 40 for 2 here in the 15th over. Straight to the fielder that time. Nice stop with the left hand.
Of course, we're outside of the power play, and Trinidad and Tobago can choose to have more fielders outside of the 23-meter circle. And I was just looking around, and I see a deeper square leg at a deep mid-wicket. Well, a backward square leg and a mid-wicket in place. And I think those are wasted fielders.
I agree with you there. That one's played off the back foot nicely. Picked up by Sal. Just the one run. Yeah, they are, because we haven't seen too many shots down the leg side. One from Mitchell. For correction from Weeks. And the other thing is perhaps just leave the players in and force the Leeward Islands to try to do something to get it over the infield. And
that's exactly my thought process. The fact of having more fielders in that 23-meter circle is going to create pressure and induce that false shot.
And also possibly a couple of run-out chances. Another wide here, beefing up the Leeward Islands total.
So long on out, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square on the leg side. I'd rather see those fielders in the ring.
Well, that's True Allen. And that is a couple more runs here. Another wide call by the umpire. So again, the top scorer for the Leeward Islands definitely has been extras. And quite a few racking up. There's the projected score, 91. Is that enough to challenge Trinidad and Tobago?
Well, in a previous game, they chased down 90 odd in just about 19 overs. So with the batting lineup with the likes of Chanel, Sao, you would think not. But cricket is a funny old game. A nice flighted delivery there from Jessica Orozco. And really no intent of being shown by Claxton or Weeks to really get at the bowlers. Just really biding their time here so far.
Another wide by Orozco. And Trinidad and Tobago starting off their tournament. There was the abandonment against Barbados in the first game. TNT then going on to defeat Jamaica by 8 wickets in their second match. They beat the Windward Islands by 20 runs at Gilbert Park in their third game. Did well to strangle the Windward Islands batters at the end, winning that one pretty comfortably in the end. This is the fourth round match. In the air again, but away from the fielders.
And she does have a nice, easy run-up, does Jessica Orozco. And as I pointed out, a generous amount of flight when she bowls. Bowling at the left hand, possibly getting the ball to drift in with that cross breeze.
Played nicely off the back foot, and they go for, oh, it's a misfield by Sao, and they get through for the single pretty comfortably in the end there. So not the best of fielding there by the first string wicketkeeper for the team. So 46 for 2 after 15 overs. There is going to be a break for some water here. It has been fairly slow going, and there are the 3 W's. Sir Frank Worrell, after whom the field is named here. Sir Everton Weeks in the middle, and Sir Clyde Walcott at the end. And some of the great players. Sonny Ramadan at the back there. You can see him also in the picture, just behind Sir Clyde Walcott. And those 3 certainly lit up cricket in the 1950s. A great shot there and some great memories by our producer, Mr. Ropois. So at the break here after 15 overs, the Leeward Islands 46 for 2, a top score of 10 by Jazara Claxton so far. Welcome back after the break here. Leeward Islands are 46 for 2 after 15 overs, and they got 7 runs in that last over before the break. So the break has come at a time here for Trinidad and Tobago, and they have now introduced their West Indian player. Janalba Joseph is into the attack as the 8th bowler to be used today. Janalba Joseph just back from representing the West Indies against Ireland in that series. West Indies are winning the ODI series 2-0, 1 game abandoned, and winning the T20 series 3-0. Good result for the West Indies there. Janalba Joseph was there all the way through, and she's in with her medium pace. Good. That's an accurate start here against the left-handed Jazara Claxton. So good start here, and coming back down to the under-19 level, this is where the West Indian players have to show their quality. And certainly Janalba Joseph will be one of the emotional leaders of this Trinidad and Tobago team. The 47 on her back. I'm sure she's a fan of the Bravos, isn't she? Yeah, down the leg side, a fair amount of pace about the bowling of Janaba Joseph already. And you may have noticed on the back of her, just on the sleeve, on the neck, the collar of the t-shirt that she's wearing, you would have seen the name TNT Divas. That's the rebranded name for this Trinidad and Tobago team. There it is, just at the back there, TNT Divas. Straight to the fielder. Oh, and that's gone through the fielder, but they won't get the run. Well, they've decided not to go for it. That should have been a single they should have taken. But TNT rebranding the team, the TNT Divas. Of course, the men's team has been known as the TNT Red Force for quite a while now, since about 2008 and before that. Full toss, played away to mid-wicket. And that TNT Red Force name first, I believe, appeared in the Trinidad Guardian early part of this century, and a certain writer by the name of Vinod Mamchan would have contributed that. Oh, that's how powerful he hit. Claxton really does pack a punch, and took some stopping there by Janaba Joseph. Still managed to get the single, though.
And talking about Joseph, she's one of 3 players who would have come back in from West Indies duty. Of course, Guyana welcome back today as well. Ashmini Munisar and the Windies welcome back as Zeta James as well. So the 3 players all coming back into the 3 teams that are atop of the table at the moment, 1, 2, and 3. So it should add to the quality of the competition.
A bit too wide here from Joseph. Second wide in the over for her. Just the adjustment from the left-hander at one side, and now bowling to the right-hander. So this we're in moving day here at the Rising Stars competition. If you do follow golf, the third day of the competition is definitely moving day. That's where you try to position yourself to get to win on the final day. Well, that is another wide here. Maybe trying a variation and just going all right here for Janaba Joseph.
But this end here, the northern end, seems to be posing some challenge for all the bowlers. Saving apart KD Jazz Mitchell, who has bowled from this end, and most of the extras bowled in the inning so far have come from this end.
That's better from her. Better adjustment. Just adjusting that line few centimeters in outside the off stump there from Janaba Joseph.
Yeah, but you can see what she's what her plan is, to pitch it as full as possible and just hang out outside, right in that corridor as it's called, just outside of the off stump.
That one coming in again, but just defeating the defensive prod there by Weeks. And the end of the over, 49 for 2s. 49 for 2, 3 runs coming off that over, all 3 in wides. Claxton on to 11 now, and 6 for the player at the other end, that's Weeks. And Weeks has been there for quite a while. Both of these batters have faced 70 deliveries between them and contributed 15 runs. It's been very important partnership for those two. Several still very much, even though it's in the break here, in between semesters, the quote-unquote summer semester starting officially 2 days ago. But there's still a lot of activity on campus here at UE St. Augustine in the north-central part of Trinidad. We're here at one of the venues that has been holding first-class cricket since the 1970s, but has gone off the radar a little bit with the introduction of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. Ramnath is back on to bowl here, and a slip back in place. And the slip is Chanel Asau, and take a look at her position she adopts here, just like a keeper. She's down even lower than a slip would normally be. I think that's correct there.
And even her hand positions, you can see her hands between her feet there. That is a wicket keeper's position.
Force of habit, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Muscle memory is definitely something that comes into play.
Faster delivery outside the off stump. Should have loved to have had that one maybe a bit more properly lined. She might actually even consider coming round the wicket here to the left-hander. She's getting enough turn just to get it to straighten a bit and take a nibble off the edge.
She has hit her spots.
Aiming for the LPW decision there, trying to get that one full, but just missing the mark and giving up the leg bye. And this is all preparation for her. Also, she'd love to take Trinidad and Tobago to the title because they missed out the last time to the USA in the final round of the competition. A very good win by the USA, Gatika Kodali's team, going gate to wire in 2022. Another good delivery here from Samara Ramnath.
Also well taken by Anaya Roberts behind the stumps because that one just seemed to zip off the pitch.
Well, that's why you're there, to take whatever comes along. Another good one. She's not reading these deliveries at all because she's missing by a long way here. Good 4 or 5 inches every time. Those last 2 deliveries not quite getting the ball on line. Good signs here. Ramnath resuming her battle with Weeks. 50 for 2 at the end of the over. The Turkey Vulture is back with us. And they've been circling around here, but they're certainly not circling for the Leeward Islands because they are proving they're not going to be easy meat for anyone today. 50 for 2 inside 17 overs.
Yeah, seems that he has enjoyed some of the cricket on previous days. So he's come back to get that bird's eye view of proceedings.
Yeah, the Leewards are not going to be pushed over here at all. They are hanging tough. They're battling away. The projected score is 88, and this is good to see. There's some heart, there's some soul here in this Leeward Islands team, and once Claxton is there...
They're going to have their hands full, though, because Shalina Samaru has decided to come back into the attack. She has switched ends to this, the northern end of the gymnasium end, just adjusting her field, moving the fine leg into a short backward of square.
And Samaru coming round the wicket here to the left-handed Claxton. They recognize that Claxton is the one, the very much not just the leader of the team, but the emotional leader. They have to get rid of her. Full toss just past the bowler. And that's a good stop by Lafukan coming across. I tell you what, I haven't seen her bat yet. I know she does hit the ball a long way, but she really does give a lot for her team. She's put her body on the line several times already. Made some fine stops.
See there Lafukan in the foreground. Just our Claxton and now Aaliyah Weeks.
Slow delivery. Less flight this time here from Samaru. It was quite a good all-rounder. Hasn't done a huge amount with the bat in the tournament, but I'm sure that's something that she'll want to change.
Also partially because they didn't have many big scores in the tournament.
Yeah, she hasn't gotten many chances either, hasn't she?
Yeah. That first game that they won against Jamaica, she wasn't called upon to bat because they won by 8 wickets.
Yeah, she was part of the West Indies under-19 team also. Well, she was ready to come in there, but I don't think Weeks was quite ready. Weeks is just standing there in that exact position. Well, you can't see it directly, but she's standing there and not tapping her bat away. So that's why Samaru pulled out the last couple times. And Weeks very much the foundation of this Leeward Islands team. Her remit is to go out there, absorb the pressure, and let the others bat around you. Her fourth run has come maybe about half an hour ago. And again, Samaru not getting it right, so the problems continue here at the northern end. I would suggest that maybe some of the teams use the spinners more at the northern end, because that run-up giving maybe a couple of problems there for the seamers. But then, of course, the seamers will be bowling into the wind at the other end, so that's the other issue you have to contend with.
She's decided to go flatter on this occasion. So she's gotten her run-up right and decided to go quicker and flatter on this occasion. Probably realizing that Weeks really won't be charging forward at her. Is not willing to put a stride in.
That is the mistake finally, but it's gone over the head of the bowler. So she's just hanging it up outside the off-stump, hoping to get to entice Weeks into one of those drives. She did, but that one high over the head of Samaru and not carrying Timid off either. The mistake made. Oh, that's another good delivery there from Samaru. And again, the frustration levels increase here for Trinidad and Tobago, because this young lady has seen her way past 53 deliveries, 4 runs to go, but she's doing the job for her team. After 18 overs, 51 for 2. So there are the bowling figures. The only 2 successful bowlers so far. Mitchell, 1 for 3 in her 4 overs. That's phenomenal. And Ramnath just taking the 1 wicket there also. Just Jabran Mohammed, the Trinidad and Tobago coach. Former Trinidad and Tobago player. Played first-class cricket for Trinidad and Tobago, Jabran Mohammed. And very much, well, he was the man with the gloves. And a lot of competition for places at that time. Dinesh Ramdin was, of course, the West Indies keeper at the time. There was also Stephen Katwaru. They've all been surpassed by now Joshua De Silva, who has claimed the Trinidad and Tobago #1 spot and the West Indies #1 spot with the gloves. Roscoe continues here. She's done some fine work without much success so far. It's just a waiting game at the moment. Still, the stalemate between these two teams continues. They would go for the single, and Claxton has gone into a bit of a shell because they bowled better at her also.
And this is why the point that we made a bit earlier. It's possibly better for Shalini Samaru just to bring all the fielders in and create more pressure and invite the batters to play those rash shots rather than having a deep backward square mid-wicket in place. And even some of the fielders on the offside, they are actually camping out a bit closer to the ring rather than the pitch.
Yeah, those 3 fielders on the legs, 2 fielders on the boundary really are wasted. Not a ball has gone down there for a long time.
That's Lafuka at mid-wicket.
And Ramnath at the deep backward square leg, yeah.
Probably really better served inside the 23-meter circle. There's Mr. Orozco.
Yes. And that's cut away and away from the fielder. Well, I'm sure he'll be pretty pleased with how his daughter's gone so far. And she's halfway through her 3rd over, none for 10. And most of those runs coming in the early part of the 1st over. Not a boundary hit yet in this game.
One of the things...
Well, that one's called a wide there. That one not far outside the off stump, but the batter didn't play any sort of shot at that.
I thought that was a bit harsh.
Well, there were a few lenient ones earlier, so that might be a bit of a compliment.
It's cancelled itself out.
A lot of flight. Now, that one's no problem with that one at all. That was very much wide. And with Claxton and Weeks not playing at some of these deliveries, they're forcing the bowlers to try to change their plans. Frustrating Trinidad and Tobago to no end here. And this is good from the Leeward Islands. A nice attritional cricket from them, finding a foothold in the game. Driven and just away from the fielder. That's just going to be a single. That's why Samarup positioned herself in that position for a drive like that, but it was placed well. And the partnership now up to 30 of 64 deliveries. And that's the 30th run coming up there. That's good work from these two. Weeks and Claxton came together with the score at 25 for 2. So the fielders are switching over for the right-hander, and again they've gone all the way down to the boundary. Not a delivery has gone there. Now they haven't read what Weeks has been doing at all. Weeks has played the majority of her shots in the V. And now sweeping one behind. Having said that, she sweeps one away for one and picks up one.
They have earpieces in their helmets that they hear us. Probably the stump mics play in reverse. They don't pick up sound, they exude sound.
So a couple of runs here in the over. 56 for 2.
This is good from Weeks and Claxton. Attritional cricket, as you said, and still looking to turn over the strike as much as possible. But getting down into the latter end of the innings, just about 11 and some to go. Getting on into that back 10 set of overs, they will want to start accelerating and looking for those type of opportunities like the previous delivery a lot more.
Good delivery by Orozco, getting some bounce there. That certainly took it past the shoulder of the bat for Claxton. 19 overs gone, 56 now for 2. That's 5 runs coming off the over, so that represents a pretty good over here for the Leeward Islands, and mounting the frustration on this Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, and I think going down, as he's looking at one of the photographers here, and it's expected, I think he's definitely on the side of Trinidad and Tobago. Give him the red shirt.
And with Orozco on his back.
It is Mr. Orozco. I thought he looked familiar. But going into the final 10 overs, well, 11 overs to go. But going into the latter end of the innings, I think Shalini Samaru might want to really think about possibly putting a few batters in front of the eye line of the, a few fielders, I beg your pardon, in front of the eye line of the batter, and really just do something different rather than just letting the ship mosey along with the to and fro tide and just be there. And, having said that, she's pushed Lafuka down 3/4 away to the long on boundary, and she's kept her Ramnath on the mid-wicket fence.
Manpole back on the attack, starts off with a wide and a couple of runs here from the wide. So it's just become a bit of a stalemate here between these two teams, and you can see the frustration coming into the play here for Trinidad and Tobago. Miss, that was an easy take there for the keeper Roberts, missing that, and a couple of runs here. So this is where the captain really has to pull the team back together, and Lafoucault is letting them know. She's shouting at her teammates, come on, let's not let it slip here.
She's been the most vocal of the players today. She would be on the far end and we would hear her all the way up here.
And Paul very slow through the air. And
one of the things, if Shalini Samaru does choose to have fielders in front of the eye line, possibly short extra cover, short mid-wicket, probably a forward short leg or a silly mid-off or silly mid-on, is going to invite her bowlers to bowl straighter lines as well.
Hit past the bowler, just touched her hands, and the chance is gone. Well, they were hoping for chances. A couple of them have come in the last few overs here for Trinidad and Tobago, but that one not accepted. Kira Manpole barely got her hands across to it before that one went whizzing by.
Yeah, it's always difficult, those type of return catches when you're in your follow-through. Sometimes you're still going through your motion, and then to come back up or move to either side. But it would have to go down as a chance because she did get a hand to it.
Swept away, and another run here for the Leeward Islands. So they're starting to benefit from these odd lapses here from Trinidad and Tobago. This is good from the Leeward Islands. The runs starting to flow once again here. But you looked at Manpole and her reaction to that ball coming back. She was not in a position to take the catch at all. It's just as though it would never come back at that point. As a bowler, the catches you really want taken are the ones that come back to you. It's your bowling after all.
Do it yourself. No dependence on any of your teammates. But they are some of the harder catches to execute. Sometimes you're never too sure in your follow through how quickly the ball is coming back at you.
Nice looking fluent drive from the left-hander, and just gets the one. So Claxton is the top scorer in the innings. She's up to 14 of 35. She was about, strike rate was about 75 at one point. It's now dropped below 50, so that just tells you she has also gone into a bit of a shell. That's been the problem for the Leeward Islands. They haven't, while TNT has maybe dropped their game maybe 10% or so in the last half an hour, they haven't been able to fully take advantage. And even that, a delivery like that should have been put away.
Yeah, full toss. And I was about to say that it's good going from Manpole. She's been trying to bowl as full and straight as possible, but not taken advantage of on this occasion. After 20 overs, it's a 61 for 2, the Leeward Islands under 19 women. 10 overs are still to go in the innings, and at 3 runs and over, they would get in and around the 1995 run mark. But while their captain, Jazara Claxton, is there, they can possibly look and harbour hopes of getting over 100 runs, which in itself will be a psychological mark.
92 runs so far. That's the projected score here. We're now going to see Janaba Joseph back on the attack. She didn't look comfortable at all from the northern end, so she's now on the southern end. Leeward Islands at the 10 over mark with 30 for 2. They're now 61 for 2. So 31 runs, and in the last 10 overs not losing a wicket. So obviously they've been told bat out, and they'll try to pick up the runs at the end here. Here is Joseph back on the attack. That's hit high. Will this carry to the field? It won't. Mitchell's after it, and Manpole is also there. So that is a nice looking shot, and these two love the pace on the ball. That was really well struck there by Claxton. Weeks back on here. Change in the field. Lafoucauld comes off the boundary and into the circle on the offside. That's good. Good here from Joseph. And they might want to entertain having a slip in place also. If you are going to get wickets here, you might want to put in a slip, especially with Joseph looking to get the ball to move away from the right-handers, from the right-hander here.
And she is definitely working up some good pace as well, is Janaba Joseph.
Another wide, and well, she's bowling into the breeze, that's the thing. So she's not going to get full value, the full pace that she would get bowling from the northern end. However, she's trying to make that work to her advantage, using the late swing away from the right-hander to get that edge true to the keeper. That one kept a little bit low, but well defended by Weeks.
And this is the side of the pitch that we're going to have to look for those low, odd ones keeping low on this occasion. The northern end is the end where the variable bounce tends to happen.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago need something here, and they need it quickly. And that's not it. Not a wide. There have been quite a few already for the day. So 2 wides already in the over here from Joseph. She bowled 3 in a previous over. Wondering if they're maybe the high of playing in her, winning her first home series in the Caribbean. Maybe just that it is a high playing for the West Indies team, back down to under 19 level. She has to lift herself once again. and a third wide. So 3 in each of the 2 overs from Joseph so far.
Because I think you may be right that Trinidad and Tobago definitely need to make something happen here, and need something to happen here, because you can hear multiple voices coming from the field, just geeing up Janaba Joseph and building her up and encouraging her, realizing that they do need to make something happen and can't allow Leeward Islands to just continue floating along like this.
Oh, good delivery, but it's a no ball. It's not going to count. And Janaba Joseph, after bowling 3 wides, has now bowled a no ball here. Not what you want to see from your West Indies player. And Carolyn Brown extending the right arm there to indicate the no ball.
So the troubles of extras continue. So even for the team that's atop the table, as umpire Brown signals the free hit coming, the extras continue to be a bother here.
What can Weeks do with the free hit? Well, she went for the big drive and nothing happened. Straight through.
Definitely a lot of pace on that one from Janaba Joseph, and good on this occasion, albeit a free hit, bowling in a much straighter line and pitching on that spot, not allowing the batter to come fully forward or go back, and whisking past just outside the off stump.
Oh, that one's a bit, that's another no ball, signaled as a no ball for height this time. She didn't overstep this time, but another free hit here. So 2 no balls and now 3 wides here, and still 2 legal deliveries to go here. A nightmare of an over by Janaba Joseph. And
this over is becoming synonymous and similar in nature to the second over of the innings, where we saw Kassar have all sorts of trouble, and 13 extras in that over.
That one took the edge, and that one would have been gobbled up by first slip. And straight, and they get the couple of runs here. So they brought the fielders in, but no fielders in that catching position. That would have been easy pickings for first slip.
And we've been seeing that for the better part of the last half an hour. Bring in close in fielders, and 2 overs ago you said that. You said bring in a first slip, create some pressure by way of...
It wouldn't have counted, by the way, because it was the free hit, but that's what can happen here. That's better from Joseph. And the end of the over. So very long over there, 3 wides, a couple of no balls, and Joseph none for 11 after her 2 overs. Weeks is on 8, Jazara Claxton 16, and the partnership continues to climb here. It continues to climb throughout this innings. Last wicket falling at 25. So Leeward Islands, Trinidad and Tobago, I think the frustration started. They ran through a couple of wickets. They got the first wicket at 21, the second at 25, and since then they've been held at bay here by Claxton and Weeks. They're looking very comfortable there, aren't they?
Just about to see that. They are definitely enjoying themselves. Of course, this is not the first time that they would be at the UE Spec ground, the Sir Frank Water Memorial Ground. Remember, they were here last week, Tuesday, and they had a rained-out game, and they had so much fun. They played all sorts of games. They played catch, they played tag, they ran around in the rain and enjoyed themselves. So it's the first time, though, that this Leeward Islands team is actually getting a chance to be out on the park. And as you mentioned, they've done well as Skipper Samaru continues from the northern end, the gymnasium end.
Driven nicely past Mitchell, and they will get 1. Lafoucault is in the deep. There she is.
Seemed to be a little bit wrong-footed there, Mitchell, trying to anticipate where the ball was going. Seemed to be leaning to her right side rather than her left.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago does have the short extra cover in place for the left-hander, but a couple have gone on either side of them, not able to take the catch. Samaru to continue here to bowl to the right-handed Weeks. And she wants an adjustment in the field, and again she's asking for that short extra cover position in place, and it is Manpaul who's there. Oh, that one almost creeping through, almost a breakthrough, and the captain almost defecting it herself.
Yeah, bowling with a lot more pace on this occasion, and you can see even her arm action has become a lot quicker in this latter end of her spell.
I'm not sure about putting Manpaul in that catching position. She has an injury to her left hand. That might be an issue. Defensive shot here, one of many for Weeks so far.
Yeah.
67 deliveries. She's faced fully 11 overs and a ball so far.
Well, that's on the other side. That's good temperament to show that you can stay. I mean, not much Test cricket is played by women, but it is definitely great temperament as we see her coming forward here and playing a very solid forward defensive shot here to Shalini Samru, who cannot find her way through these defenses.
Maybe a bit more air, just to entice Weeks to get after the bowling. Have the mid-on and mid-off in. Just ask her to hit over them. Yeah, you just can't allow her to just play defensively. Just maybe a bit wider. Go for, put the slip in place. Try something here.
And this is why I had mentioned probably a silly mid-off or a batter right under the eye line, a bowler, a fielder, sorry, right under the eye line of the batter. So
good delivery again. Just coming back in, beating the edge of Weeks' bat, and that has brought an end to another entertaining over. 22 overs gone here. 70 for 2, the Leeward Islands, and as they still have not lost a wicket. They lost their second wicket in the 8th over. So these two have batted and put together a partnership. The projected score was 82 at one point. It's now gone up to 95. So good job going by these two. Now, can they accelerate at the end? In the last 5 overs, can they now put their foot on the accelerator, maybe get about 5 runs and over from there, and really give Trinidad and Tobago something to chase?
That acceleration is going to hinge and fall almost squarely on the shoulders of the skipper, Katishan Jazara Claxton, who has a bit more experience and of course is a bit older and probably possesses by battership more potential so to do.
Claxton thought about the single, but saw Samaru was about to swoop in on it, and she's also hit the stumps. A nice throw there from the TNT captain. Ramnath back on here, and if any of the bowlers have looked likely to take wickets, it has been Ramnath, who has looked very dangerous against the right-handers. Now she has a left-hander in her sights. This is where you really need to slip in place with that ball turning across the left-handed Claxton, and this is the batter you want to get out. Well, they're looking for the single, and they've been sent back. Had she picked that one up cleanly, that could have been interesting.
Yeah, a bit of a fumble there by the skipper herself in the shorter mid-wicket region, just inside of the circle. But not taking the chance was Claxton and Weeks. And the score stays on 70 for 2.
Now she's gone for the big hit out there, and there is the figure of Lafukan out there to do the fielding. Nice throw also. One bounce into the keeper. So finally a shot hitting against the turn and picking up the single.
And as I mentioned, the acceleration is going to lie almost squarely on the shoulders of Jazara Claxton, who by style of play and battership, she definitely seems to be the one who can take on the bowling and put the foot to the accelerator.
Weeks, they're going for the single here, and that's good running between those two. Claxton was the instigator. Weeks was not interested initially, and really it just does tell you that TNT have not just taken their eye off the ball slightly here. That should have been routine for the bowler to come in and snuff out that single, but good awareness from these two.
And you can tell by the follow-through from Jazara Claxton. She followed through in her run almost to the edge of the 23-meter circle. She wanted that single, and she was running really hard for it.
Nicely driven. Won't get the single. Straight to the fielder this time. But the confidence in these two batters will certainly increase if they continue to keep TNT at bay for much longer. And as we head up towards that 25 over mark, they will start to come out of their shells a bit, if not before. Nicely played away for one.
Yeah, and in the case of Aliyah Weeks, who is just 14 years old, as we come to the end of the 23rd over, 73 for 2, the Leeward Islands. In the case of Aliyah Weeks, she is also a bowler, so the confidence of being at the wicket for so long may very well help her bowling when the Leeward Islands take the field. And of course, she is just 14 years old. As we see a sputtering of spectators on the northeastern end of the ground. That's where the basketball court would be, and the eastern car park. Some spectators here.
And the beach chairs and the gentlemen out to support their daughters. Always great to see. And the moms here as well.
Yeah.
They are soccer moms and they are cricket moms. And some of the cricket moms and cricket dads are here to support their players. And there are a few more around the ground.
Shalini Samaru continues.
High up into the air. This could be a catch here for Lafoucard, who's taken the catch. And that is the end of Claxton. And the acceleration has started to come. And look at the celebration. They certainly did need that, Trinidad and Tobago. And Claxton is finally gone. She's succumbed trying to advance the scoring grade. She's gone for 19.
And a well-taken catch by Lafoucard, who had to run about 5 to 7 yards from where she was positioned on the long-off boundary. And as you see here, keeping the hands high above the eye line and as easy as you like, just allowing the ball to come to her. Well-judged catch. And now the Leeward Islands would need to find from someone else that acceleration to possibly get above that 100-run mark with still 6 overs and 5 deliveries to go.
Yeah, it's exactly the batter they didn't want to get out. That was Claxton. But you could see what she was trying to do. From the last over, you were starting to see the bat speed increase. She was trying to get the runs, but this time just pulling the length back a little bit there, Samaru, and that's textbook stuff there from Lafoucard. Look at the celebration and the send-off. Love that.
But definitely inducing that shot there, Shalini Samaru. And probably Claxton might feel that she may have missed out a bit. She is that type of player that, as you mentioned earlier in her innings, she loves to play in straight lines and more in the V. And that one, possibly, she could have gotten probably a step further and into the ball and played straighter in line behind the bowler. But missing out on that occasion, skying one and succumbing to the catch by young Lafoucard on the long on boundary. Well, at mid-on.
Well, that's the wicket taken by the captain. So the captain has done the trick. And she's now told, well, Lafoucard, she's pushed Lafoucard from that mid-on position back to long on. And Cheyenne Moses is now in here for the Leeward Islands. 19-year-old out of Antigua. And that one fielded by Katie Jazz Mitchell. So a break here for Trinidad and Tobago. Just getting the partnership, nipping it just short of the 50 mark. It was up to 48. Good partnership between those two, Claxton and Weeks. Let's see how Moses is shaping up here. Moses is looking to get the ball away early. And if they are to threaten this powerful Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup, you'd feel they would need to get above 120 or so in this game. The projected score, as you can see there, 93.
This is good from skipper Shalini Samaru. She's definitely increased her pace on a couple of occasions, and she's done that throughout her spell of 4.4 overs. She's mixed up her pace and varied her lines and lengths a bit. Well, this time giving it not as much flight as earlier in the over, bowling a lot flatter and a lot quicker on this occasion.
Well, there's been a bit of change in the weather, and there's a very strong breeze coming across, which usually heralds that there are some clouds around, and there they are. That's nicely played by Moses. She's looking very positive here, and there are some clouds there. There's the rather large clouds just above. There is the bowling figures. Our Samaru joining the wickets. Her 5 overs, 1 for 5. That's great stuff there from the captain, and that's in direct line for the ground. So that's something, a bit of a worry. And last Tuesday we had a real, there was some winds here that lifted the tents that we were sitting under, and actually ripped off the top of the tents. It was that strong last week. A few of our personnel got soaked. Our producer's still sniffling from that. Yeah, but all part of the job, isn't it, Jared?
It is, as Samara Ramnath with a final over from the southern end, the pavilion end.
That's cut well, but straight to the fielder. And yeah, the outfield is so heavy that even even that second turn that the ball takes, second bounce, it takes a sharp turn away from the fielder. That's not even happening here. It's just been killed by the heavy outfield.
A lot fuller on this occasion from Samara Ramnath. Definitely the pick of the bowlers today. Just the 4 runs are coming from a 5.2 over so far, and picking up the first wicket in the inning.
That's it high. Will that travel to the field? It does. It's bobbled and caught at the second attempt. And Manpaul takes it, injury and all. And luckily for her, she can wear a smile on her face because she's taken it at the second attempt there. And that is the end of the vigil of Weeks. Weeks is finally gone, caught in the outfield.
And I think that's what she just told her skipper, that the ball bounced on that hand with all that strapping on it. But well-flighted delivery from Samara Ramnath, inducing that shot. And Manpaul doing well. It doesn't matter how many times you juggle it, or once you keep it off the ground, it's going to count. So as we take a look at it here, again, a little flatter this time from Samara Ramnath. And getting on to Weeks a lot quicker than she would expected. And no timing on the shot, just looping it up into the mid-off region. And juggled about 3 times by young Manpaul.
It doesn't matter.
Importantly, it stayed in the hand.
It did stay in the hands. And now, how many times have we seen, after a long partnership, both batters going, and now both of them, Claxton and Weeks, have disappeared back into the hutch here, both falling with the score on 73. So Cheyenne Moses still out there. She started to look positive, and this is exactly the situation that the Leeward Islands did not want. After a long vigil, 48-run partnership, they've now lost both their set batters with the death overs beckoning here.
Yeah, and the run rate has come down below 3.
That one coming off the back of the bat, possibly the back of the player, and away for 1. Let's see what the signal is. No signal from the umpire, so maybe the back of the bat and away. And now here comes the signal, so it's obviously off the body of the player on the far side. That's Jakazanich Hodge who is in. She's a youngster from St. Kitts in particular, and just a couple of matches for her in the competition. So Jakazanich Hodge and joins Cheyenne Moses out there. Ramnath looking for another wicket here. She just has 1 ball remaining in her spell, and what a spell it's been. 2 for 4. How do you do that? You bowl 35 deliveries and only concede 4 runs and take 2 wickets there, and there could have been a couple more for her. Few chances went down. That ends a really good spell here from Samara Ramnath. Her 5 make that 6 overs, only 2 for 4 of it. Excellent stuff here from the Trinidad and Tobago off spinner.
74 for 4 after 25 overs, Leeward Islands, and their run rate now that their 2 set batters have gone has now dipped down to 2.96, I beg your pardon, and 89 is now the projected score. So chances of getting to that psychological mark of 100 have slipped away significantly. Again, Samara Ramnath here in your screen. Definitely the pick of the bowlers so far.
And you can see why she's so highly thought of in West Indies cricket, and the fact that she's been picked up by the Trinbago Knight Riders. You can see why. She's accurate. She's at the batsman at the batters all the time.
Yeah. And Katie Jazz Mitchell is going to continue from the northern end, I beg your pardon.
Oh, that one almost finding the off stump there. Not a convincing first shot here from Jakazanich Hodge.
And Katie Jazz Mitchell still has 2 overs to bowl, so it's expected she's going to bowl out. She's the one bowler who's found her rhythm in the innings from this northern end. And
again, very full. She's going head hunting here, looking for that off stump. just outside of it.
And I think her pace has gone up a notch since her opening spell.
Well, that's what wickets would do, really. Just buoys the confidence of everyone. Wickets are the tide that lifts every boat out there in the team. That's up in the air, and another wicket on its way, and that's the first for Katie Jazz Mitchell, and that one's caught by Samaru and just spooned comfortably into the hands of the short extra cover, and Hodges' stay is a short one. She's gone without scoring.
Speaking about pace, I think just a slight change in her pace here, inducing that false shot. You take a look at it here, just rolling the fingers down the side of the ball, and a bit of a slower delivery, the undoing of Hodge.
Yeah, so now we've had a situation where after the long partnership of 48, 3 wickets have fallen in the space of just 1 run scored. So the slide is now well and truly on. Trinidad and Tobago would have been hoping to trigger that a lot earlier, but some really good batting, you have to say. Good attritional cricket between Weeks and Claxton has put the team in a better position that the TNT team would have been hoping for, but still, the slide is on here. 5 wickets down now. Can TNT knock them over for very quickly here? That's what they would be wanting to do.
And this is actually almost par for the course, because Leeward Islands would have played the Windward Islands, and they would have also played Guyana. And from batter number 6 to batter number 11, a total of 4 runs across 2 games. So the lion's share of runs usually comes from their top 4 or 5 batters.
Mitchell going very full now as she is on the attack. Bianca Warner is the new batter, and she's out there at the moment.
But one of the things about the Leeward Islands team is they are probably the youngest team in the tournament, and a lot of these girls, they will learn as they go along.
Nicely played by Warner, and you mentioned the youngest team in the tournament. Warner is actually the youngest one on the team for the Leeward Islands, a 14-year-old from St. Kitts, and she was born on Boxing Day in 2008. She's also new to the team, as is Jada Collins. And Aaliyah Weeks, correction.
Yeah, the second youngest being Aaliyah Weeks, born a month before.
Straight on the pad. Is that LBW? Well, not says umpire Troy Tudor. He says that's going down the leg side.
Let's see. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, very full and hitting the outside of the pad, so that would indicate that would have missed. And another one of the helicopters here, flying across just above, getting a great view of the cricket. 74 for 5 at the end of 26 overs. And there have been some unusual stops over the years in cricket. And there have been bees recently stopping games in England, bees in Ireland. There was a hot air balloon that landed on a field in England somewhere. No stoppage here for helicopters, but at the Queen's Park Savannah, there were frequent stoppages when helicopters landed on the Savannah. One of the umpires from TNT was telling me about that, Avinash Narayan. Orozco's back on here and looking to do the business, because remember, Ramnath has bowled out. So Orozco back on, and with her steady off spin with that, she does give some generous flight. 3.1 overs, as you can see here. 14 dot balls. None for 14, her figures so far. Comes down the track. Could this be a catch? Between the two fielders. Just drops in no man's land. And that was the player coming down the track is Cheyenne Moses, who has looked very, very adventurous in her time at the crease. Just getting away with one.
Yeah, she is a compact young batter, is Cheyenne Moses, and coming off a 10 from 21 as a bit of a drizzle starts here at the Sir Frank Warren Memorial.
This one's hit back over the bowler's head and away from the fielder. That one looked for a moment as though it was going to carry to the bowler, and the drizzle is back on here. And as you can see, the umbrella, that gentleman pulling out the umbrella quickly. It was there for the sunshine earlier. But I think we might be in for a stoppage. We did mention that cloud coming over, and the tail end of it is bringing some problems here for the cricketers. Is it going to be a long shower, though? That's the question.
And there's some evidence of what this rain might cause. That one is slipping out of the hand of Jessica Orozco clearly. And as you see evidence here on the left-hand side of your screen, going across to her skipper to use that rag to dry the ball so she can grip it properly. But the nice thing is that that cloud is more to the north of us, which generally indicates it's going to blow by. The rain usually comes directly from the east, over the scoreboard to the eastern side of the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground.
Just outside of your picture, the groundsman already ready to run on. And as you can see, that corner flag there, it's you can see it's moving in the wind. It's very breezy. You can also pick it up from our effects mic here.
I think the umpire really wants to just finish the over before she makes a decision.
Well, they're definitely, the Leeward Islands are trying to push the scoring rate on. They're the men, the groundsmen here at UE Specs, the Frank Worrell Memorial Field, UE Sport and Physical Education Center. They're ready to run on here.
Putting the covers to good use as well. Using them as umbrellas.
Flicked up into the air, and that one would have been caught on the edge of the circle, but the fielders are way out in the deep. A chance here to run out. They've gone to the wrong end, and both batters get back in safely. And yes, well, it's now time. There will be the break on there. So the break has been called for by the umpire. The Leeward Islands are 76 for 5 in 26.4 overs, and the break has come at just about 12:10 here. So, and it's a fairly heavy shower that is coming down at the moment, so this might be a fairly long break. I'll be very surprised if the Leeward Islands will be back out on the field when play is about to continue here. But so far, 76 for 5. The Leeward Islands are the best bowler so far for Trinidad and Tobago. Ramnath taking 2 for 4 in her 6 overs, and 19 from Jazara Claxton, the top scorer of the innings so far. We leave you with that news, and we'll take a short break. We will resume when we find out what's happening with this game. Welcome back. An 8-minute break here for rain. So the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship match, Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to see the continuation of the over here. This is the 27th over of the game. Jessica Orozco about to deliver what will be her last ball of her fourth over. Hit away. There's a gap there, so there will be a run here for the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands, there is their card, 19 for Jazara Claxton. Weeks getting 9 up at the top for them. But so far, Leanga Warner, she is out there with Cheyenne Moses. These two have had 3 runs in the 16 balls they have faced collectively. The projected score up to 88. Vidya Ramphal alongside Gerard Basso here. And got some news here, unofficial, that the youngster Kanika Kassar is at the hospital right now. She is getting treatment. So what is reported, unofficially of course, as chest pains. She was getting some chest pains and they decided to take her to the hospital and just get the check on. So that's what's happening right now. So we hope the best for young Kanika Kassar, that she'll be back. An outstanding young athlete, not only just in cricket but also javelin, competes in the javelin at Carifta level. That one goes through from Samaru's back on the attack.
Yeah, say welcome back and hello again to Vidya and everyone looking on. And Shalini Samaru is going to be bowling out her spell here. This is her last over, and on the back of Samara Ramnath, Shalini Samaru's figures read not much differently. 1 for 5 from 5.1 overs, so she has done well, has Shalini Samaru, with her bowling and leading her troops as well.
Full toss, and that's going to be 1. Played out towards that mid-wicket position there. So that is going to happen every now and again. The conditions are still wet out there. And Samaru, as you can see, trying to get some purchase. And she's asking for the rag here, just to dry the ball a bit and dry her hands also. As umpire Troy Tudor just providing the rag.
That's unusual because Shalini actually did have a rag around her waist when they went off. So she's possibly forgotten the rag in the dressing room.
Well, somebody's gone to a party with it, I'm sure. Hit on the full, but not getting the power and straight out towards Sound. There's no run. So 80 for 5. Warner, 107. She has not looked quite as adventurous as Moses, but these two starting to come down the track now. So that's going to provide some chances here for Trinidad and Tobago. The outfield's still very wet.
Yeah, just 15 deliveries remaining in the innings again. 2.5 overs to go. And Leewards will want to get as many runs as they can.
Straight back to the bowler. They just can't seem to get the ball off the square at the moment. Good bowling here by Samaru. A couple of balls remaining, and look at those figures. And the rain interruptions or any sort of interruption usually brings us something with it on restart. Well, that's a very short delivery and pulled away. Just going to be 1. I don't think she was attempting a bouncer there, was she? We have seen spinners in frustration attempt bouncers, but that was the last, 1 ball remaining in a spell.
I think the ball just got stuck in her hand. She gripped the ball a little too much. Again, just probably overcompensating for the ball being a bit slippery the deliveries before, but really trying conditions here for these young ladies.
Well, a bit of an exchange of words between Moses and Lafoucard there. Moses was pointing towards Lafoucard. Lafoucard responded. So a little bit of banter between those two players. There's Moses at the non-striker's end. Lafoucard is just to the right, just outside of your picture. And those two, just a little pointing match between them. We'll stay tuned for part 2 of that encounter later.
Well, adding to the entertainment of this wonderful game.
That's a good delivery and a great way to end off the spell just as she started. And her figures, 1 for 7 of those 6 overs. Captain has done a job.
Yeah, most definitely. And the bowling figures, the bowling effort really hinging on the economy rates of KD Jazz Mitchell, Shalini Samaru and Samara Ramnath, who have all gone for not too many when they have bowled.
Just some travails with the chin strap there, just trying to get it right. And Warner getting some words of advice there from Moses. Joseph also, Janaba Joseph, the West Indies player, talking to her counterpart Katie Jazz Mitchell. Just to update you on the other games, what's happening there. Guyana have been bowled out for 84 in 28.4 overs against Jamaica. So that's happening at Gilbert Park in California this time. As for the Windward Islands, they are large and in charge in their game. After 25 overs, the Windward Islands are 144 for 2 against Barbados. That is an ominous looking score. 144 for 2 after 25 overs. Joseph a bit too wide here from her.
Well, the previous highest score in the tournament was 132 by Trinidad and Tobago. And they have now gone past that by some margin.
I could tell you, well, the Windward Islands getting 39 from Marcelin. Zeta James, you would expect her to be involved in that somewhere. That she's creating some mayhem. Zeta James 41 of 50. She was dismissed. And Janelia Glasgow 23 of 35. A bit wide again. Yeah, Glasgow is not out actually, so there's more damage to come from Glasgow.
30 deliveries still to go in that encounter.
She's really she's one of those players who you feel that she's going to be a star of the future, Janelia Glasgow. Very fine all-rounder. In the mode of a Deandra Dutton, really, if I were to compare to one of the contemporary players. That's hit well. That is hit very well indeed. Just going to get one, though. There is a fielder out there to make the stop. And Warner and Moses, I don't know. I like the way they've shaped up here so far, these two. I think they might be in line to bat a bit higher. They do have Weeks at the top, and Weeks' remit has been to just bat through the innings, but maybe might be a promotion for one of these two ahead in the future.
Cheyenne Moses.
Good delivery again from just outside the off stump there from Joseph.
A 10 from 21 when they played the Guyana a couple days ago. So she does have the temperament, and she does have some foundation to work with. So they did change around their batting order a couple of times in the couple of games they played. So it is something that they can think about going into the games coming up later in the week.
Not a full delivery here from Joseph. Very similar to the other deliveries in the over from the 19-year-old out of Trinidad and Tobago. And she has already gotten her career off to start. A couple of deliveries to go in the over. 6 T20 internationals already since her debut against England at North South of Vivian Richards Stadium in December last year. That takes a big edge. And a chase on here for Orozco. Gets there. And that's a good bit of work from Orozco. Her family is here, and they're occupying a dinner table away to the left of our position. And the entire family here out to support her. That is wonderful to see.
And the noise levels just went up an extra octave. Getting support in the field, and then the Leeward Islands dugout has become extra vocal, urging every run on.
Yeah, that's adventurous looking shot straight to the fielder. A chance at a run out. That is safe, he says. And the umpire signaling almost like an umpire in baseball. I've never seen that one before. He umpired, the hands crossing in front of him, just as you'd see in baseball.
Give it up for umpire too, though.
He's been watching the Yankees, hasn't he?
Yeah. But it would be interesting to see that one on replay again, though. As we see here, possibly some expats arriving for the July-August vacation here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Might be the New York Yankees, who knows?
Possible. But of course, the Piaco International Airport, just about 15 minutes drive away from where we sit.
And a 1-minute plane ride. If so much, that is.
Albeit. Of course, KD Jazz back to live action. KD Jazz Mitchell is going to be bowling out from the northern end. And She was telling me before play that the KD is the initials, the first letter in her dad's name and the first letter of her mom's name put together.
High up into the air. This could be another catch for Lafoucauld. She gets there. That's sensational work by Lafoucauld. Looked for a moment. It was going to go past her. Stuck out the left hand and took the catch. Two really good catches from Lafoucauld, and that is the end of Warner.
And what's made that catch even better is that she's looking up into, albeit the midday sun, and it can't be too easy picking the white ball out of the background of some white clouds and the glare of the sun. But she ran probably about 10 meters on this occasion to get to the ball, and when she got to the ball, she kept her hands high above her eye line and engulfed the ball. And Moses has to go back to the dugout for 4 from 17 deliveries.
Well, they're trying to hurry things along here at the Leeward Islands, and there you can see a new batter coming in, making sure that she's out there quickly enough. That is Jada Collins, and Jada Collins in here for the Leeward Islands. Jada Collins from Nevis, a 17-year-old. And when you see a name like Collins, you immediately think of the great sprinter, the 5-time Olympian Kim Collins, who was from St. Kitts and Nevis, former world champion, of course. And not sure if there's any relation, but if she was running out quickly, so who knows. Here's Mitchell. Oh, that's a good delivery by Mitchell, homing in on that off stump again.
And just to go back, the KD. K from her dad, D from her mom, and she said the jazz. Her mom is actually a jazz player and played a lot of music growing up and coming through school, so that's where the KD Jazz came from. But she's been good today, has KD Jazz Mitchell. They're just 3 runs from her 5.2 overs and picking up 3 important wickets.
That's another good one. And like many of these players suffering misfortunes in their life, you mentioned Dad K, that's Kevin. He tragically passed away some years ago in a car accident. So that would have been one of the difficult moments in her life. And I'm sure that Kevin, who I did know well, editor, sports editor for so many years, that struck him on the pad, and that's gone! And Mitchell takes another one. That is another wicket for KD Jazz Mitchell, and that is the end of Jada Collins. She's gone without scoring.
Yeah, and even from our angle here, it did look quite adjacent. Well, KD Jazz Mitchell has been good in terms of her lines and lengths. She's been generally straight, and you can see this one hitting just under the knee roll, and probably going on to crash into middle and leg. Difficult to tell from our angle, but the umpire said it's out, and he has the best position on the field, the best view. Yeah. And he's adjudged it as out, so we will go with that.
Yeah, she was stepping in perhaps to play the pulled shot. It really wasn't the right shot on for a ball of that length, and that's why she's out LBW here. So last 2 deliveries of the innings, 87 for 5, the Leeward Islands. Their hopes of getting to the 100 mark have all but been dashed here.
And KD Jazz has the opportunity to get a 5-er here as well.
Yeah, just 2 balls to do it though. 4 wickets for 3 runs. And not far away, the new batter in here for the Leeward Islands. Just hopefully just poking forward to that. She has a little bit of a laugh with the fielders.
So Warner is still there. And that's Courtney Brown.
And there it is, 5 wickets for KD Jazz Mitchell. She's gotten rid of Courtney Brown's second ball. All bowled all over the shop here. And look at the celebration. Her mom is here with her today. And her mom certainly celebrating. And there she is, acknowledging the applause of her mom, who's sitting right behind her arm here at UE Spec. And there is a moment that they'll remember for a long time. 5-wicket haul here for KD Jazz Mitchell. And look at the celebration. And I'm sure that her father, Kevin, would have loved to have seen what she's developed into. Outstanding all-rounder. Taking the wicket off the last ball there. Sensational stuff by KD Jazz Mitchell. 5 for 3 are those figures of hers.
Yeah, so wonderful bowling effort here from Trinidad and Tobago. Probably could have come earlier in terms of restricting Leeward Islands to even less runs. But definitely standout bowler, Katie Jazz Mitchell, 6 overs, 5 wickets, just 3 runs, an economy rate of half a run, 35 dot balls. Really out front for player of the match so far. But of course, ably assisted by skipper Shalini Samaru and Samara Ramnath as well, whose economy rates were 1 and 1.5. Yeah. Respectively.
They've been very, very good here today. Those 5 wickets for Mitchell, 2 for Ramnath, and 1 for Samaru, and they have been responsible for restricting the Leeward Islands to 85 for 8. It hasn't been a perfect performance from TNT. A lot of extras given away.
Yeah, definitely. And in particular, that second over and that 21st over, the second over by Kassar, and the 21st over, the 21st over by Joseph. But coming back well after we had a bit of a rain break as well. Katie Jazz Mitchell and skipper Samaru just tightening up, and Joseph herself tightening up. And it's actually a triple wicket maiden.
Wow.
As we look back at it here. Wicket off the first ball, dot ball, wicket, dot ball, wicket would account for your last over. And as I said, when you have a rain interruption or any type of interruption, some sort of entertainment happens right after. And Trinidad and Tobago have provided such. And going by their previous performances, you would think that 86 runs needed at less than 3 runs and over, maybe a walk in the park for a team of their quality and with the quality of batters they have in their lineup.
So that's the score for the Leeward Islands, 85 for 8 in their 30 overs. Trinidad and Tobago will chase down 86 for victory. The highlights of the innings, 19 for Jazara Claxton in a 48-run partnership with Weeks, who got 9. 5 wickets for Katie Jazz Mitchell, 2 for Ramnath, 1 for Samaru, and TNT will be chasing down 86 for victory. We hope that you will join us for that in a couple of minutes. Welcome back here to UE Spec in St. Augustine, Trinidad, UE Sport and Physical Education Center. And the news is not a good one. As you can see, the players are already leaving, and that is because today's match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands has been abandoned. Leeward Islands getting to 84 for 8 in their 30 overs. Katie Jazz Mitchell, as you can see, they're taking 5 wickets for 3 runs. And now TNT's reply never started to get going. Marissa Aguilera, a member of the organizing committee, and one or two of the Leeward Islands players out there, but that's all she wrote for this one, Jared Basso. Certainly an unfortunate end here for this game.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate from the perspective of both teams because you would want to be jostling for that position in the table. Of course, the top 2 teams will play for the championship on Saturday, and Trinidad and Tobago were well poised at the start of this one at the top of the table with 10 points. Now they will go to 12 points because the points will be shared for the match being called off. And Leewards probably would have fancied themselves defending the 85 runs that Trinidad and Tobago needed. But this now means that for Trinidad and Tobago, they definitely will have to win their last game, last round-robin game on Thursday versus Guyana to ensure that they get into the top 1 or 2 on the table. For Leewards, their last game, they will want to put on a good showing. As we mentioned earlier, they're quite a young team and still in the learning phase and learning process. But they will want to put on a good showing and close off the tournament on a high. As we see here, Katie Jazz Mitchell definitely probably would have been player of the match with a 5-wicket haul.
Well, I think she's telling you it's time to close up.
No, she's signaling her dad, who's and her mom, who's on this side. I'm thinking about Mr. Orozco. But she's signaling her parents and her supporters on this side of the tent from us. But definitely a wonderful performance from her, Shalini Samaru and Samara Ramnath. And a lot of good young talent from Leewards nonetheless, who they can build on in years to come. So really unfortunate that we haven't gotten a conclusion by way of a chase in this match, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, so the Leeward Islands, they will next play Barbados. That's in their final game. That's at Gilbert Park. That will take place on Thursday. As for Trinidad and Tobago, they will return here to the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine, and they're up against Guyana in an influential clash, one that could decide 1 and 2, and it could very well decide if one of those teams will be out of the top 2 positions in this one. So thank you very much, Jared. Thanks so much to you for joining us here at UE Spec for coverage of this game. This has been the CWI Rising Stars Women's Under-19 Championship Round 4 match between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands, ending in an abandonment. On behalf of our crew here, I'm Vidya Ramphal saying bye for now.